Okay, we are back. Apologies about that. Today we are going to be checking out a game called Ecosystem. This game promises to be a form of just evolution gone wild sort of game where basically it's just a kind of like an automated simulator where you just watch things evolve in a strategically created environment. So, let's try and see what this game has to offer. Could pop up shortly. Well, this definitely looks interesting. Controls, languages, credits. A new game. Select and adjust your environment. It can either be a beach ecosystem, a valley ecosystem, abyssal. Ooh, there's a reef. Strange ecosystem, a lagoon, cliff, trench. And it looks like you can just... One has an eco health bar. I'm guessing that means such an environment you have to try and create and actually have it stable. Oh, I like the strange color. I like the color of the ocean for strange. I suppose for now, try beach. Because a lot of science points that a lot of evolution for Earth evolved primarily on shallow ocean beaches. Noise? Ooh. They can either make it super smooth ocean bottom or sort of make it a little bit more rugged. Curvature. Make it real hilly. Or super flat, probably. Oh no. Ooh. This is fucking weird. Ah. Okay. So this is how you make it either super flat or mountainous. Base floor covering, rocky, muddy sand, a pale reef. How about we go with sands with dark rock cliffs. Upper layer sediment can be darker than the regular sand. Yellow grass? How about just regular grass? Oh. Increase that amount of sediment. I like. Alright. Tutorial. Ecosystem is a game about life. In it, you'll create and evolve virtual organisms in a simulated ocean. You can move horizontally with WASD, or use the arrow key. Move vertically with Q, either zoom in or zoom out. Okay. Change the direction you're looking by clicking and dragging with the right mouse button. Kinda got that already. Pause the game. You could warp to a location by clicking it on the mini-map. Alright. Let's begin by sculpting a new landscape. Open the terrain menu using F1 and click and drag anywhere on the ground to modify the terrain. Gravel. Oh. You can adjust the watercolor, you can raise or lower, you can replace. Alright. I like. Pretty interesting. You can dig a hole. Or a way to increase, increase the brush size. Oh, can you actually make tunnels? Ooh. Create an underwater kingdom. See what kind of creatures evolve life underground. Or in abyssal tunnels. I gotta stop pressing spacebar though. I'm so used to games with the spacebar being the way to go up. Alright. What else you got? Soil type affects plant growth and creature camouflage color. Altitude exposes plants to differing sunlight, and darkness will make it harder to see predators. Crags and inclines affect water flow, which transports seeds and eggs. You can change the terrain of it at any time. Any plants or animals nearby will simply move with the terrain. Food sources. Now that you've made a distinct landscape, grow it into a habitat. First step is to seed the plants and sessile organisms that will form the base of your food chain. Open the food source menu. Choose 3. Congo fern, milfoil, java ferns, Amazon sword plant, or grass rack pondweed. How about shore? With milfoil. And let's go with the sword plant. Now that you've made a distinct landscape, let's go ahead and do that. Already got that. In order for a plant or sessile organism to grow in a location, the ecosystem health there needs to meet its minimum requirements. Some pioneer species have no requirement and can grow anywhere. Select one of these and click just once on the environment to see. Oh. Slowly, it gradually spreads over time. When a plant or sessile organism grows somewhere, it improves the ecosystem's health, nearby and an amount depending on its neighboring environment. Plants and animals. This allows for the creation of more complex environments containing more plants with greater needs. Greater diversity of species in an area results in a greater ecosystem's health, but each plant has a life of its own and competes with others for space and resources, potentially driving them to extinction. A community, even of plants, is a complicated and sometimes chaotic system. Try planting more different species until the ecosystem health is at least 15 or more. Mouse wheel up to remove plankton? Ah, okay, so you can remove plants from there as well, okay. How can you change your plants? Or are they just primarily there for the environment as of right now? Alright, choose coral. Miscellaneous creatures. Figure it out as we go. As you increase the health of your ecosystem, you gain life points that you can spend to spawn a new animal species and to unlock more species of plants. Click the research button directly beneath the flashing life points. Ah! So this is how you unlock stuff. Cat-tailed hydrillas. Early leaf pondweed. As you increase the health of your research... We read that one. Now we can add a new species of plant. The Congo pondweed. Yeah, the curly-leaf pondweed, my bad. It's time to evolve animal life. Like plants, animals need a minimum ecosystem health in order to spawn, and improve the ecosystem health where they live. Each species makes a separate contribution, so the greater the species diversity in an area, the higher it is for the health to be. Open the creature menu and click anywhere to spawn a batch of 30 creatures. Predation limit is 12, soft cap is 35. On. Small batch of 30 creatures has evolved, or been introduced. A tiny microorganism. Hello. Mordicon. New creatures have random body shapes and nervous systems that cause them to flail around wildly. Those who manage to move a little get to have more offspring. And as generations progress, evolution will make their descendants into talented swimmers. Well, I'm afraid this one right here hasn't exactly been moving at all. Oh, but we do have something over here moving. Yo, what the heck is that thing? It is called a Whipro. I'm guessing his name is Tony? Oh, hang on a minute. Love chatter. You're blocking the view. Come here. Sit next to me. Now let us proceed. Revive creature. Where'd it go? Oh, did it die? First few generations feed on nutrients in the water, but will eventually become larger and switch to eating plant life you've placed or smaller creatures. By toggling the simple species button off or on, you can alternate between spawning many species and letting the fittest win out, or a single species which you can preview in advance and re-roll until you get something that you are interested in. So you can spawn a single species. That looks horrifying. Randomize? Oh, no. Download creature, edit creature, save creature. Ah. Well, that looks like the start of a whale. They're small and interesting looking. I say screw it. Let's try and put in this little thing. New species have emerged. Macfish, Whipro. Interacting. Close the creature menu and then click on a creature to select it. Also cycle through creatures by clicking on the species names that appear in the legend below the minimap. What am I looking at here? A Basare named Eli? Schooling fish that is a sneak attacker. Guiding evolution. Protect a species, ensuring it will never go extinct with the protect button. This is best right after the initial spawn when many species compete intensely with each other. Boost a creature if you like by feeding it and providing it with offspring with the boost button, number 2. Or remove a creature you don't like with the cull button. Or a whole species with the cull species button. Try boosting, culling, or protecting a creature species. Well, I did spawn you in, so how about we try and boost you? So these are the Macfish. Move a creature by pressing the drag button and then clicking on the creature and dragging it to a new location. Hold shift to drag it vertically instead of horizontally. Create an entire new species out of an interesting individual by pressing the speciate button. Create a completely new species. The Macfish Generation 2. Just a maybe. Reset a species with an immature state and have it relearn how to swim with the retrain button. Reset brain and preserve body shape. Don't preserve body shape. Try and retrain it completely. Please reset initiated. And force a creature into combat with another via forced combat. Looking at here. A Plecapan, known as Rosora. Hang on a minute, I actually want to pause this. How exactly are you swimming? What is your body orientation? You appear to be lateral, with a dorsal and I'm going to say pectoral fin? Nothing major in terms of tail shape or fin size. but you do seem to have some level of movement with it, like a snake. You can also design a creature yourself and let it loose in the environment. Open the creature menu and press the editor button. Huh. Hold shift when dragging to change all colors simultaneously. Welcome to the Creature Creator. Your new creature starts with just a head and a torso. You can add a new limb by clicking the plus button on the edit menu. Click on the creature anywhere to place a new part. You can add a new limb by making that, and you can delete the part by pressing the minus button. Hey, what up there, Akira? Now let's modify the part you just added. In size mode, dragging the axes will resize the part. So we could make it thinner or wider, like that, or shorter. How's it going? It's going pretty good. How you doing there, my friend? We're just checking out this this evolution simulator. Move mode is unavailable when the torso is selected. You can select another body part by clicking them and try resizing, moving, and rotating a body part. Rotating the body part is... So we could adjust it down, flip it out. Just got home from an okay supper and doing well. This is good to hear. I certainly hope you had an enjoyable supper. How about we make it thinner, make it shorter, like that. I like the look of that. Would practically just make a Dunkleosteus like this. And I'm guessing the dependent copy? Hang on. Creature mirror. You can also mirror a limb by duplicate it on the opposite side of the creature with the with this button. Lovely. Lastly, you can make dependent and independent copies of the selected limb and paste it elsewhere. Okay. So if I wanted to have it as a dependent copy, put it on its head. Oh, nope. That didn't work. How about independent copy? Work either. Oh, wait a minute. Dependent copy. And then paste. So if I click this, I can click anywhere. Bada bing. Aha! And now we can adjust this. Try and straighten it out a little. Freaky. Tail length. Tearing apart or pasting a dependent copy will link the clone part to the original, so that the neural structure, motion, and even future mutations will be shared between the two. This is the most common use case. Pasting an independent copy will duplicate the shape, but the clone will have different neurons, movement, and mutations. And break links with the unlink button so that they can be modified independently. Okay. Now how about adding a completely new structure? There's the undo button. You can adjust the creature's skin, head, food source, mating strategy, and animal type, and as well as its combat traits as well. I can make it a green creature. So it goes from red to red. But everywhere else in between is the color. So if we make it a red... Ooh, hang on a minute. If we make it a red creature with, let's say, purple stripes. Where's the purple? Where is it? Oh no, I made the underbelly purple. I see. Okay. I can work with this. Not the pattern I was expecting to change. Cool. Okay, so this is all the spots that are on the body. Detail 1. Kind of like the purple. I don't see a difference with detail 2. In line, the eye color. It needs to match the rest of the body color. Or at least be darker. And how would you be able to adjust everything else about it? Ah, I see. It can either be a forager, which is primarily what's at. It could be a mat. It can either mate poly, mass, mono, or nest. Interesting. Suppose we can keep it poly for right now. Everything else seems to be poly. Head shape. Whoa. Whoa. Okay. Flat-faced. Oh. Like a snake head. Catfish? Manta ray? Whale. About a straight-up predator. But now the skin color that I was working with. Scale. That's it? How much scale is on it? Ah, I see. So if we max it out, kind of smooths it. Ah! Make it super scaled or no scale at all. Give it the actual stripes that I was looking for. Scale position. Okay. When you're done editing, press the checkmark button on the bottom right side of the screen to return to the game and introduce your creature to the wild. That head does not scream forager for me, though. By any chance, what did I mess around with for the head? There we go. Well, for now, we just use big fish. Do it. Name your species. We shall call it... Uh... Basilodon. Basilodont. Do it. Take a photo. Or click anywhere to spawn your Basilodont. It can also be accessed from the database in the future. So somewhere swimming around here now is supposed to be the fish that I just created. Oh, I think I see him coming in. Oh, that's not him. The other creature first. What in the world? Okay, who gave the axolotl a needler from Halo? You can also save any creature to disk by clicking it, and then pressing the save icon in the info panel that appears. You can spawn saved and created creatures via the loaded DNA button, even from previous games. But if I see a species that I like and want to save, I can just keep it for the future. Oh dear. They're evolving. Well, I don't know if they're evolving right. The fin that he's moving with is right there. The Macfish. Good luck. That's everything you need to know to sculpt your own unique ecosystem. There will be a few more explainers for topics such as advanced behaviors, combat, as they arise. Feel free to try out the various on-screen buttons not covered in the tutorial. Everything has a tooltip if you hover your cursor over it, so good luck! Well, here's my creature. Here's the Basilodonts. Unfortunately, though, they're primarily floaters. Oh, but look! He's actually trying to swim with his fins. And with the fin that's on top of his head, it's kind of helping him stay actually straight. Oh, but he died. Short-lived species, I suppose. Large mutation with the Mariko. New limb has been added. The Plecapan has evolved 4 legs. They've turned some of their limbs into tentacles. The Ellsworth has a new limb. Or Ellsworth himself. Plecapans are the ones that are freaking me out the most. You're only swimming with one of your fins. You're swimming with both. But in the most Tweedledee, these are my hands kind of way. Has anything tried evolving inside the cave yet? We have at least a species kind of making their way into the cave. The Macfish in their odd evolution looks like developing redder eyes. Really gotta help you out with your limbs, though. Oddly beautiful. In a distorted kind of way. second generation macfish haven't exactly evolved beyond their usual stage from when we made them diverge from the base macfish. That's just a baby macfish. Alright, well, let's see here. What else can we try and do? There's the research. Try and introduce some new stuff. Some seaweed. Orange starfish. Do some starfish into the ecosystem. Throw in varying plant life. Yeah, well, the creature... Let's see how well this freaking, curly leaf pondweed ends up adapting. A little bit of competition around it. Saved creature, edit creature, download creature. That's interesting. You know what? Throw it in. Let's see how it goes. Randomize it again. Let's really just have a Cambrian explosion. That just looks like the creature that I had already. You know what? A new species is growing in this area. Try a different location. How about over there? Okay. Go ahead. Have fun there. That looks interesting. At least it's at least freaking symmetrical. The RNAO species has turned out to be non-viable. This sometimes occurs if the body structure is too complex, or the physics system, or contains libs that interact too controversially, I guess? How about also we introduce a new environment for them to try out? We're gonna create a cliffland environment. Oh, this is the edge of the map. Okay. Oh, the giant mountain range to cross, but also the deepest valley that we can create. This ecosystem shall primarily be defined smoothing, replacing, digging, copying. A current. What we can do is have a current flow through. I guess that works. Apparently, some of our creatures are starting to mate. Mature creatures spend half their life searching for food and another half looking for mates. Different species adopt different mating strategies, pairing up into mutually compatible couples, promiscuously seeking out the most attractive partner that could be found, or gathering en masse at a central mating ground. This read is definitely just expanding. I didn't even see what happened to all the starfish that I tried to add. Java fern. Big-leafed hydrillas. How about we try and populate this environment before everything goes a little too haywire with these little tree structures. Shall life points at that point? At that point, we just wait. Now, how is my crazy-looking environment coming off right now? We've got the Iruboga, still basically a stationary creature. We've got you guys coming into the scene, the Trebitters. Backfish have not even devolved, reversed evolved into stationary floaters. I've seen half a dozen evolution games that look like that, though I don't remember their names. I've seen a couple of them as well. Never actually touched them, so this is actually my first time trying something like this out. And, yeah. The results clearly, clearly are interesting. Seem to have some level of mobility to your body. Orpaima. And we've got color variation now, too. They're not just green anymore. They're starting to evolve to the white, craggy rock sides of their cliff home. Got one of the bacillodonts basically acting as a pioneering species. We have enough points to research new plants and animals. Looks like the starfish are starting to actually make their way through, clearing out some of the ecosystem of the huge ferns. How about the cave system again? Oh. Lycopans. They seem to have kept a lineage of their line still in the form of two-limbed swimmers. I don't know if they still have control of their tail, though. But they're also slightly redder to kind of match the gravel caves that they live in. They'll have some of the second generation macfish, but can you really call that a fish? They primarily evolved tentacle-like structures. You're upside down. There you go. Now the real problem is we've got a major boom in population for every other species. But we evolved anything in terms of predator yet. Let's see what we can do. Obviously, we've just been creating foragers like this. Name a creature. Single species. Instead of several species, spawn only a single species with a preview of what it will look like. Only its brain will be subject to mutation during initial generations. Oh, I can turn that off. Okay, I've got that off now, so I can just spawn anything completely random. Of course, it's going to be a forager, though. Okay. So how about mono? Randomize. Randomize. Again. What am I looking at here? What am I looking at? It's a flat-faced Gundam fish. I'm guessing if we give something like teeth, like this thing, it may very well become predatory. Combat stats? Bite force, skull thickness, strike damage for tail and fins, anything for tentacles, max bite force. Mole. Okay, how about we make that... How about we give that a scarier face? Perfect. Make it happen, I guess. We will name it... Carno... Pleca. Do it. That'll work. Boom. Species is growing in this area. How about we introduce it as a mountain-based creature? I want to see how Carnopleca can evolve in this higher, elevated kind of environment. Also, throw it inside the cave too. See how a single species can evolve with varying rates. A new subspecies has branched off the Plecapan. A successful creature with unique mutations may sometimes find a niche in the environment and branch off as a subspecies. This group borrows from the population caps of the main species, but is protected from direct competition with it. Once it has perfected its new mutations, it will be merged back into the main species and have a better chance to compete. The Carnopleca has emerged as its side of the cave, where there's plenty of things for it to eat, clearly. Second generation Plecapan has also evolved too. That's second generation. It looks like a sunfish. the fins alone. Gotta be limbs at that point. Alright. Check out the mountain range now. How are we doing over here? Venom tolerance? Apparently something in the environment could be venomous? It would be cool to be able to actually see actual predator-prey relationships. Or like I click on an individual... Oh, wait a minute. I could try and force combat. Sorry, this species is in the process of evolving to swim and is not yet capable of combat. Ah, I see. So if we choose something that can swim, like you're still adapting to. You. Lycopan's been evolving for quite a while. Click on another creature to initiate combat with it. So now we've got you two trying to approach each other. How long is it going to take for you to be able to actually reach them? Accelerate the speed just a little bit. Yeah, they're trying to get to each other. Whoever wins this fight may very well end up becoming the environment's new predator. Speed it up by 4 times speed. Lakadon clearly has maneuverability on its side. Smaller frame, it's able to turn faster. It seems to be primarily aiming for the more vulnerable tail. Finish it off. Ah. Something about its defense value probably just caused it to shoot off into the distance. It's a frontal assault on both ends. Who's gonna hit first? Oh god, they missed. They missed. At max speed too. If we were just to watch this fight play out slowly, or just at regular speed, holy crap. Hey, and there you go. Japan has become the newest carnivore. Basilodonts are apparently evolving new limbs. They're trying to evolve hind legs. And they're actually going off just randomly off into the ocean. They must be trying to migrate to a new area. So let's create it. We've got a decent ecosystem going on upstairs. How about we try moving off to the east? Forging a completely new ecosystem. How about we do crisscrossing mountains. With some new plant species. Java ferns. Oh, now we can actually create predators. Predators and apex predators eat other creatures. Creature fights are physics-based. Damage depends on the mass and velocity of the attack. Whether bite or limb strike, creatures can evolve thicker skulls, skin, layers of fat, and carapaces to defend against piercing, slashing, or blunt force damage. Or even spikes to do even more damage. If an attack knocks a target's joint out of position, it can break the limb, daze the creature, impair its vision, cause bleeding, or induce other statuses. Creatures can also evolve different types of venom that impart different negative effects and resistance to them. So now we can evolve an actual predatory species. Real quick, we'll pop over here and actually introduce a true predator, not just force a fight. Want something completely different. Just throw something random at the wall. I'm gonna click it 5 times and see what pops up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, it looks like the macfish is going to be going to have a predatory subspecies. Even beyond that. So we've got the macfish that can primarily dominate the flat corals. We can have something evolving around the mountain range, which is primarily going to be this odd snake-looking creature. And then down inside the cave, how about something that looks a lot like... No. That doesn't scream predator. Getting a lot of this face. You know what? Sure. Try it out. Now, while that evolves, we'll come back to it. Oh! Kulakan!
Welcome, Kulakan Dragoon, to our pack. Together we shall howl at the stars, our voices echoing through the night. Let us embrace the spirit of the wild and run alongside the wind.
Thank you very much for the raid. I certainly hope you had a wonderful stream. For those of you joining that don't know who I am, I'm Shamanic Wolf, Werewolf Shaman Vtuber, and we're checking out a game called Ecosystem, which is basically a randomly generated, AI-driven evolutionary simulator. It's very interesting, to say the least. And hi there, Stark. How you doing? Let me go and give you a minor shout out there. Thanks for joining in as well. Hi. And how are you doing today, guys? How was your stream, Kulikon? Thank you once again for the raid. I'm doing well. How am I? I'm doing pretty good. Tried checking out a card game before playing this, but unfortunately, a couple of bugs made the major appeal for the game a little bit unplayable. So we switched over to this game, and it is definitely it's definitely very interesting. Yeah, it was basically a beta branch anyway, so bugs were to be expected. But I didn't expect the tutorials to take such a hit as a result as well. But no matter. So yeah, right now we're primarily just... We moved off to a different environment to try and create some new stuff here. Right now I'm basically just populating the ecosystem with some level of plant matter that can be used for feeding purposes for underwater foragers. And we are about to try and introduce some new actual animal species as well, where we can either create our own species or just have the game randomly create something for us, like as you see in the top right here. This strange whale-faced creature that has a stocky body, a giant head, but very tiny limbs. We can always, of course, randomize it if we don't like what we see. You know, it might actually be interesting to see how this evolves. So, we are going to go ahead and put in this new population here. It will slowly evolve based off of this basal evolution body plan. Let's go ahead and create something like this as well. And how about one more interesting feature? Oh, that works. Creatures will eventually exhibit more sophisticated behaviors. They will find shelter and rest, fall in love, and build nests to lay eggs, gather food to bring to offspring, play, and socialize. They may also start schooling, communicating via unique songs, or displaying different colored bioluminescence. So now we've got three new completely new species. We've got the Lemount, which are these purple ray-finned fish-like creatures. Right now, they're basically just trying to learn how to swim, so they're nothing right now, but just floating creatures as individual members of their species, such as these right here, try to function their limbs. We've also got these guys over here, known as the Basab. These large, flat-headed fishes with the interesting fin-like limb structures as well. Some are actually trying to use their tails to move forward. And then we also have the Motopalm, which are these very thin-faced, large, flat-bodied creatures with the... I don't even know how to explain their fin structure. But yeah, this is basically a ecosystem that will slowly populate and will primarily leave them to grow and adapt. We actually have over here some of our other species that seem to be migrating. This is our... what are they called? The Carnoplecas. Actually, I was assuming that by giving them a specific shaped head, they would actually be, they would actually either exhibit predatory or herbivorous behaviors. But unfortunately, they are primarily foragers, despite their gnarly appearance. And then over here, actually, we can just swim over there because it's probably a little bit more dramatic just to see it as we enter it. This is the ecosystem that we started off with, and it has been evolving on its own. We've got creatures such as the Basilodons here. I actually created these creatures, and while they were supposed to primarily swim with their pectoral fins, which I can sort of see they still try to do, most of their movement now is primarily from the fin that is supposed to be their dorsal fin. Very unique method of evolution there. Actually, more functions like a mobile swim bladder more than just a fin. We've got the Macfish second generation, a very flat fish creature with fin-like tail structures. Although it seems as though they're primarily moving by just undulating their bodies. Why do they dissolve? Are they dying? Yes, indeed. This simulator also primarily tries to display things such as mating, nesting, and age. So whenever they dissolve, they are very much just passing on. Also, welcome in there, Yasha. How you doing? Let me give you a small little shout out as well. But yeah, these are primarily the big fish in the ecosystem, the plecopan. They primarily have adjusted very well to mobility with their two pectoral fins and large fan-like tails. So much so to the point where I actually had one of these things fight another creature, and they came out victorious. Of course, Yasha. And they even though they have eyes on both sides of their head, they primarily enjoy, it seems, swimming almost in this sort of horizontal sort of shape instead of being vertically oriented. Let's see. Oh, actually, we do have this underwater cave system where we've got these second generation. Is this the second generation? I can't even remember. What was your species called again? Yeah, and apparently they also simulate names for all the creatures. This one's name is Dia. It's very, very interesting alone on that regard. I can also hide the combat stats for the creatures as well. Hello. Wait a minute. What do we have here? Oh, yes. This is supposed to be the predator that I introduced into the environment. It's called the Tuleon. Although I'm seeing that it's primarily still just a floating-based creature. I just introduced it not too long ago, so they're still going to try and figure out how to actually move around first before they do anything visually stunning. We've got the Trebitters here. They did have just 2 fin structures that they were able to move around with, but now it seems like they've almost got 4? With 1 fin in particular becoming gigantic in proportion. Maybe 2. Yeah, it looks like 2. Freaky. This game is freaky altogether. And inside this cave system here, this was supposed to be the predator that I introduced in here, the Bitterser. Although their survival and repopulation rates are very much in the red. We'll see how well they adapt and evolve in this situation, or to their situation. Maybe they will just simply exit the cave systems and include themselves into the mass environment. Second generation Macfish 2, their fins have basically evolved into more tentacle-like structures, though I question how well they can actually use such structures. Hey, if it helps the species evolve, survive, though, I can't really judge. And all the way up here, this was supposed to be another predator, I believe, that I introduced. The Varapleco. They are still trying to figure out how to move themselves, though they are also very much stationary creatures. You are an Apleca, which technically your carnal part is a lie. They are primarily known for schooling behaviors and having strong bites. Oh, Mecharaptor Omega, what? As well. Thank you very much for the raid, my friend. Wolf Chatter. Address our raiders.
Mecharaptor Omega returns to roam the wild lands once more. Together, we shall embark on thrilling adventures, chasing the thrill of the hunt under the watchful gaze of the moon.
Thank you very much for the raid there, my friend. Hope all's going good swimming with the fishes tonight. Well, most of these fish don't really know how to swim very well, so for right now. But, yeah, we're definitely swimming with fishes. But thank you very much for the raid there, my friend. I believe you were playing Once Human, correct me if I'm wrong? Yeah, excuse me for a moment. Yeah. Just needed a quick swig. All the trying to explain these weird mutations of evolution, kinda made my throat a little raspy. First Descendant, Once Human is still having issues. Oh no, I apologize to hear that. But yes, welcome to Ecosystem. Basically a game that focuses around randomly, procedurally generated evolution based on randomly made creature bodies. Here. The Moridenta. I think you were supposed to be the predators that I introduced as well. I wonder, can I do this? I can call your species, I can protect your species, retrain species, reset the species to an immature state, focusing on basic swimming, no. Call that specific individual, grant energy and offspring to the selected creature, drag them to put them into a new area, or I can force combat. Let's see how well this Plecapan can take out species in the process of evolving to swim and is not yet capable of combat. Okay, so the species that you can actually have fight with each other need to be able to swim in both individually. So that kind of limits how many people that you can actually fight outside of the Basilodons. And even then, there's some varying individuals here as well. Again, we got the bladderfish swimmer, Plegadon, over there. Then we also have this very large dorsal fin Plegadon that also seems to swim by twisting and coiling its tail. We're just having very large species kind of dominate the area now. And what am I looking at right here? This is second generation Plecapan. Second generation Plecapan have completely removed their two primary pectoral fins for a long snake-like neck and shorter limbs at the base of their bodies. That's fascinating alone. And Now that we've basically been exploring this ecosystem quite a bit, seems like they're all kind of making their way off in this direction as well. Nothing major over here that I've put in yet. The only other major ecosystem that we've got right now is over here with what we start with our second area. How well is everyone doing over here? Everybody's still kind of just floating along, trying to get used to swimming alone? Seems to be the case. What we can do, though, perhaps we can try and accelerate time to allow you guys to evolve even better. Or at an accelerated rate, I should say. But before we just let time do random shit, we will also introduce... Ooh! Plankton. The word plankton derives from a Greek word meaning to wander and refers to a diverse collection of organisms who are carried about by the current. At the base of the aquatic food chain, they are responsible for the vast majority of primary production in the ocean and most of the oxygen on the planet. Nutrient runoff in still waters, or the extinction of fish who feed on plankton, can cause massive blooms which deplete the area of oxygen, resulting in dead zones where animals cannot live. Let's try it out. Throw out a small bloom of plankton, both here and in the old ecosystem. We've got sea urchins, spine spherical omnivores who feed mostly on algae, but will also eat plants and slow-moving animals. Naturally hardy when near starvation, they can enlarge their jaws to form fronts that seek out food as a collective. We can primarily have them feeding on these starfish and the algae blooms that are these giant algae plains. We'll have them also introduced over here to take care of the urchins. What else you got? Yellow starfish, opportunistic predators who prey on algae, sponges, snails, and even coral polyps. Known for their ability to regrow arms, most species consume externally, extruding their stomach out of their mouths to envelop their prey. Dating back to at least 450 million years, they can be found in every ocean. Predatory starfish to deal with the other starfish, and possibly even the urchins. And we can start spawning whales or rays if we wanted to. Unlocks the size options and evolutionary parameters. Whales are a diverse group of marine mammals whose ancestors first migrated to the sea 49 million years ago, adapting to their environment with a more streamlined physiology, with the loss of hind limbs and the transition of front limbs into flippers. Their number include the blue whale, the largest known creature to have ever existed, and the humpback whale, whose songs can last for half an hour and are structured into varieties of different themes delivered in sequence. And then rays. First appeared in the Jurassic era, like their close relatives, the sharks, and have a skeleton of cartilage rather than bone. They propel themselves via large pectoral fins fused to their heads, and many species have strong jaws and heavy teeth, capable of crushing the shells of bottom-dwelling species like snails and clams in a single bite. Some species of ray have tails with sharp, venomous spines, and others can generate voltages up to 220 volts. How about we introduce some whales for right now? That gives us the body plan for whale. We're basically going to create something giant, and honestly, that honestly looks huge alone. As you unlock further research, you will be able to constrain the evolution of your species in many ways. Before and after spawning them, you can make a species tiny or enormous, have tentacles, have a set coloration, or be more muscular or more aerodynamic. You can also adjust population caps for each species. For now, let's just introduce a large species here. And how about over here too? I may have forgot to actually randomize its spawning though. So introduce another one. And how about we also introduce a little bit of not genetic, biological diversity over here. We'll throw in some Java ferns to see how well they adapt. Really need something over here. The Madasku species has turned out to be non-viable. 5 points spent creating the species have been refunded. Okay, lovely. At least that's the case. How about this open field kind of like ecosystem? We have something that has a cave system nearby it. We've got something that has a mountain system nearby it. We've got a mountain and valley range ecosystem, basically right here. Actually, no. Mountain range ecosystem was over this direction. This entire species has become nothing more than just floating bodies in a large valley. Like their spawning ground at this point. And nothing has even tried going over into this environment yet. How about we try and introduce something along the lines of incentive? Oh, what happened? Spawning plankton. I just didn't know. Okay, so how about we try and find our new whale species? Are they actually singing? Oh dear. Okay. For a second there, I thought the game crashed because of all the things that it had to render. Oh no, Pleka are starting to school. We might need to introduce some more predators, honestly. This area is just a large reef system. So many different creatures around. I don't know how well the environment is being held up. We do this. Go here. That looks crazy and freaky. You can go into the cave. Introduce a new cave-based species also for it to feed on. I can do better than that. I said better. Yeah, that could work. Go ahead. Have fun. Now, for that whale. Is it? Be. The Lufawi. Or the Lufawi. A large snake-like creature with 2 pectoral fins. Primarily forager. Population alone right now is just primarily stationary. They will evolve movement soon. I think we actually got one trying to move its body around. Right here. I just saw a twitch. The mount has matured. New species, the Anarchor. on a car. So these are those were the herbivores that I introduced. These are the carnivores. The Moja Dorab. Imagine swimming around and finding that face. Okay. And how about the species that we introduced? You. Moridenta. Got a lot of purple and blue creatures, I just noticed. Over here. The Lemount. Certainly limbing out, that's for sure. Your body alone is shorter than one of your fins, which seems to have grown off into a amalgamation of I don't even know what. Got you. Called. Well, that's the Basia back there. Where'd more of you go? You're all dying as a species. Oh, hello. This bitter sir has definitely gotten its mobility in. It is a predatory species. Might actually be going after people, or not people, other creatures. Looks to me like we've got some level of conflict on. Someone's been trying to deal damage to you. Looks like it might be, unless you're going after him. Which, yes, very much are. Let's watch this unfold at 4 times speed. Lekapan has had a lot more time to evolve its mobility than Bittersir, so it's definitely got the speed advantage on its side. But being an actual predator, Bittersir, if it actually manages to catch up with its prey, would have a stronger bite force and deal more damage. Unfortunately, though, I want to say that Plekapan here is definitely too fast for Bittersir to be able to catch. As a result, it manages to escape. But he's not quitting. Focus is still directly on that Plekapan. Even though Plekapan has definitely left the building. Better luck next time, my friend. May want to try going after something that's a little more stationary, like this thing. Take a while for a proper predator to evolve from that. Back over here. bunch of Dorab are still trying to evolve their movement. Plekas are actually able to move relatively well on their own. Another Bedaser. Are you trying to focus on something to kill? Oh? Creature apparently was sad and unfortunately went extinct as a result, or just died. Ooh, here we go. What's going on over here? It appears as though a Trebitter trying to go after one of these Moradenta, and the Moradenta is actually trying to attack it. Seems to me like Trebitter's actually trying to take on the challenge. Will we actually watch the head try and bite is my question. If it gets close enough. Ooh. Managed to at least do some level of damage to where it did freaking 2 points of damage instead of just 1. It seems like he's trying to back his way out of the fight now. He's even healed the oh no wait, he has not healed the damage that was inflicted on him. I wonder if they can heal the damage, though. We got the Moridenta that look like the Lufawi. That they have their pectoral fins more along the lines of at the rear of their body instead of around like shoulders. Oop, that's going in slow-mo. How about the cave system? How are everything going down here? Backfish Generation 2. Practically the only thing that's mobile down here. And a cars. Are the only thing left inside the cave. Seems like our predatory species has actually gone extinct. Or has at least moved on from this cave. Have they by any chance moved out here? I'm gonna say no. They went extinct. Odopalm, a foraging species trying to migrate to a completely distant area. The Tulean kind of learned to undulate its body up and down to swim, although its survival rate very much at an all-time low. We've got a different species, well, not even a different species, a different color variation of Tulean. Kind of evolved the same kind of motion adaptations. And surprisingly, they're actually doing a bit better. Perhaps it's the color difference that is helping out with their survivability. Bitter Sir, they're definitely propagating. Survival rates are in the green with actual reproductive success for that individual. Seems like we've also had a little bit of species migration as Motopalm have made their way into the areas for the Basadab. What is this? A Lamouth. Huge finned creatures. Looks like they're still trying to figure out how to move themselves. To also be like the only one. Oh, here we go. Another one. And they've developed singing. They can communicate. Some of the Lamouth here have actually adapted to have thorny spikes on their large fins. Defensive structures. Oh, but we have a couple of Lamouth over here as well. This is a single creature, not even two. It's almost like... Oh god. Oh no! This creature has evolved a false body. It's almost like it evolved a secondary... The large fin... this is all just complete speculation on my regard, but it's like it evolved its fin into a almost replica of what its body looks like. I can only assume, like, to distract a predator to attack its fin instead of its actual body. Perhaps maybe it has the ability to, like, disconnect it like a lizard's tail and regenerate it. Either way, this is like 35% of a survival rate, while the Lamouths with the spines on their fins are at a 44% survival rate. 44 to 49. This one's got a 70% survival rate. And it's barely even using its body to move. It's actually, it almost seems like it's using its rays as like stationary structures, undulating its body back and forth to swim forward, while the rays just keep it flat and swimming straight. Oh, but the black Lamouth actually has an 85% survival rate. They're doing very well. Possibly why they resulted in evolving that song. The Basadab. Seems like we've got whales on the migration as well. Delma, this Lufawi. They're maturing, but again, they're also not trying to move their bodies to orient themselves. What we got going on right here? You're actually starting to move your limbs. But you've also evolved additional limbs? What was just supposed to be a long snake-like body with 2 pectoral fins as it became... I don't even know what the hell's going on here. I don't know how I can explain this. It's basically just turned itself into... It's basically turned itself into a starfish with fin wings. And the body plan seems to be being passed down. There's Macfish 2. They're a second generation. Surprisingly still around, even though their survival rate is literally 0. Seems like the Macfish are kind of getting driven to extinction. Some have even evolved to kind of blend in with the color of the open seagrass terrain that they've been around for so long, even though they're very much far away from said kelp beds. The Garnet. Hello. The Garnet has developed camouflage, active camouflage. And I think it's not you, but you that's developed bioluminescence. No, not you. The rest of your body isn't glowing. You have not only developed camouflage, but you've also developed bioluminescence. Garnet, one of our Basilodont members, is actually laying eggs to be able to pass down this bioluminescence trait. And the Bitterser is actually actively hunting as well. Its survival rate is at 13%. Average, it looks like, for everyone else. As it's not in the red. And it's actually learned to use its mouth to attack. It looks like it's trying to go after this Macfish down here. It just needs to try and adapt better with turning. Perhaps we can try and boost its power. If we boost it, we may be able to get some more genetic mutations for it to be able to swim and turn around a little easier. Maybe a new species from this individual in particular? Here's the Plecopans. You guys have basically survived almost unchanged since the beginning. And you're among some of the most populated species. The Anakar are the most highly populated species. Where are all of you? The Lufawi are definitely up there too. There's 20 different Lufawi in the ecosystem. Somewhere mixed in with them are the Anakar. Here they are. Oh! No. They're not the cave creatures that I had. Those were predators. Weren't they? almost look like frogs. A Carnoplex. Oh dear. There's only one remaining Carnoplex in this ecosystem. And it's right there. It's the 5th generation. Oh? But we also have a 7th generation Carnopleca here as well. Oh! Did they manage to just save the species? Did Generation 5 manage to save its species? Because now we've got a sudden surge in their population again. They went from 1 to 5. And what the heck are we looking at here? The Moja Dorab. Wait a minute, were you? Yeah, you guys were the cave dwellers. You were the predators that were in the caves. Holy crap. They're trying to attack the Anakar. They're trying to attack the Anakar together. An ambush bonus because they snuck up on it, I'm guessing? No, it's clearly looking right at them. The Anakar is able to actually fight back, surprisingly. So we were trying to create a cave-based predator that basically started off super small, but apparently evolved into these giant things that could almost compete with the whales. And then Moridenta alone is freaking carnivorous as well, so they may try and go after the Majoradabs. This whole congregation. You are all nothing but predators. They gotta be trying to, like, eat each other at this point. They can't be going after the same thing. I'm pretty sure that same thing is actually dead. And a car right here is still alive. This Carnopleca. It's Generation 8. And its survivability is deteriorating. The Anakar, the Morident, and the Motopalm. Actually, no, the Bittersirs. They are all predators, and they are the most highly populated species out of everything else in this ecosystem. And what am I looking at here? We've suddenly got Lufawi swimming close enough to the bottom of the ocean to the point where they're starting to turn green. So they just got these giant green structures out in the middle of the water. They need to introduce some new species. We got some sponges. We can get some green starfish. Mushrooms. Mushrooms are functionally similar to fruit produced by vast underground colonies of mycelia for the purpose of reproduction. The Satharella aquatica represented the first ever report of this occurring underwater, deriving their energy from the dead organic plant matter. They're a food source for aquatic insects, which are in turn prey for fish. We got blue sea fan corals. We got barrel sponges. How about we try and create ourselves a reef? We can create a reef in a isolated part of the ocean. We need something for them to feed off of first, though. How about milfoils? And the seagrass pondweed. Actually, no. Let's introduce the curly leaf pondweed. Reduce the speed. It's causing some frame rates. There you go. Basil seaweed. Yellow starfish. Green starfish. Orange starfish. Purple tube sponge coral. Barrel sponge coral. A little bit of underwater mushroom. Sea urchins. Plankton. Blue sea fans. And at that point, just simply sit back and watch the magic. The corals will grow and reproduce. The urchins will feed off of corals and the kelps. The starfish will feed off of the urchins. And we will soon be able to introduce some new fish. Speaking of, the Moja Dorab somehow migrated their way down here. Oh, I highly doubt they'll be able to survive very long without anything to eat, as they're predatory. We'll let that grow for right now. How are the other ecosystems doing? Predators are off exploring. Well, there isn't for them to on. We may have to introduce some new foragers. Ooh, that looks interesting. Ooh. I don't even know how to describe you, but welcome to the ecosystem. Gonna need to introduce some new herbivores. Everything else has been outcompeted by all the giant things here. We've had enough of the purple and blue creatures. Nothing else, please. No. Perfect. A solar hack. their strangely oriented fins. Tokomayu. And their interesting growths on their fins. The panlet. With their barbed faces and split tail-like structures. And the tramon. Unique species of flatfish. Almost eel-like in presence. Let's see how well they deal in this giant environment. Population of bittersur is very much the most dominant predator species in this ocean. On a car, still holding on very strongly with a decent population of foragers. Though their survival rate for this individual is just non-existent. Oh. Even have just an isolated encounter. This Mojo Dorab is gonna finish off the rest of this and a car. At an accelerated speed. And very, very blocky movement. Probably get an ambush bonus. No? Apparently it had some defensive value. When you guys are like at the edge of the map, so I can't even like adjust behind you. You can see his perspective of what's happening, and yeah, that's a face. I just can't break through that armor, apparently. Not gonna stop Majora Dorab, though. One good bite is all it takes. Come on, finish it. Pushed it back. Face value, you can't actually break through, though. For the attack to be successful, he needs to try and flip him. And not keep clashing with mouth to mouth. Go, there you go. Gonna keep trying to orient himself so he's facing him, though. Eventually that bite's just gonna end up going straight to the surface. Speaking of which. Aw, you can't break over the water barrier. A new species. Agadenta. Agnadenta. Did I put you? I don't remember if I put you. Body plan is interesting, though. It almost looks like it could work. Almost. Try and use those limbs. You'll eventually get it. Who knows? Maybe you'll be like Bitterser here, eventually. Limb to tail fin for the Anacar here. Holy crap. You're just one species? The Lufawi have become giants in their own right, especially for being just whales. Got some Mojadorab returning to their less mobile kind of states. Or perhaps not even evolving past them. Speaking of which, Nakapan, where are you at? You have definitely changed. This isn't Generation 2, this is still just regular Plecapan. This is your snake-like structure head version. Here's you. Like you're actually trying to evolve a third limb! Oh no, wait, that's just your tail. Never mind. You're asleep. You're just sleeping. I mean, can't complain, honestly. Whatever helps you survive, I suppose, my friend. Ooh, the Tramon actually are starting to move around too. Like they're trying to adjust their tiny little back fins to be able to move faster as well. Mojadorab is currently just swimming off in a random direction. Agadenta? Like you're starting to move around too? We got some major success with the Bittersers. And what am I looking at over here? Bawi. You are upside down. But moving. Have you adapted yourself to, instead of having your mouth be at the bottom of your head, instead just learning to adapt to live upside down so your eyes are at the bottom of your head? That'd be some freaky evolution right there. And how's our reef doing, actually? Has it adjusted at all? It almost looks like the same whenever we left it. But we do have a Plecapan who's in. Okay. Okay. We might be able to do something with this. Let's introduce a new foraging species. Reef specific. Ooh. Like a clownfish. They're red and yellow. I'm not even talking about the regular clownfish. I'm just saying it looks like a clown. That looks like a moray. Which is definitely a reef-based fish. A variety of coral that do not leave behind calcium carbonate skeletons. Polyps of blue sea pans grow into fan-like structures to ensnare plankton floating by on the current. They can be found in all oceans, especially the coasts of Florida and the West Indies. Their tissues secrete unusual organic materials, including many important candidates for new drugs. I'm just throwing everything at this ecosystem right now, seeing what can actually stick, what wants to grow. Bogaheads, Goreprows, the Orosaurs. Looking forward to seeing how well you adapt. Probably should have actually made you a predator. Speaking of which, needs something that can actually function as a predator. And then again, I'm talking about trying to introduce a new predator when clearly Moja Darab is making its way in just on its own. It is zeroing in on the largest fish species in this area. Completely slaughtered. And it's not done yet. It's gonna go after the Goreprows. At first I thought that said 24, but I see the 2 and 4 separate now. I don't think our new species are going to survive for very long. When the Moja Dorab are basically becoming invasive. Everything over here. Barely anything is alive. What happened to all the Lamounts? I'm afraid the Lamouth species is about to go extinct. Only one member remains. And it almost seemed like they actually kind of had an idea of what they wanted to do with their bodies. The Lufawi are a whale species that were supposed to be huge and gigantic, only populate 9. The Basadab are now only 3 in population, with the remaining 3 species very close together. The Morident, being basically overpopulated, are all almost suffering in terms of their survival rate. Although a few are being able to feed off of the Panlets, keeping them slightly alive. A Carnoplek, if one survives now. Who knows? Maybe they'll be able to survive to the point where they'll have a surge again. But at the survival rate that they're at right now, I highly doubt it. The Trebitters, they've actually reduced their size to become tiny. Where the Plecopans are becoming even more increasing in size. There's a Moridenta going in for an attack. Completely decimating that Plecopan for a full 14 damage. Moridenta has just ate its full. And that's 2nd generation Moridenta. Yeah, 2nd generation Moridenta seem to be doing fairly well for themselves. This one's named Hedwig. Yeah, remember that cute little white snow owl in Harry Potter? That's what's named after him. Oh dear. That is Hedwig. And it's currently looking for a mate. Slow to Heal has a schooling-based social structure and is able to defend itself with a strong bite. We have miscellaneous fish species? Oh god. I clicked the miscellaneous and it straight up just went like, how about this one? The Tramon are apparently now open sea-based creatures. The survival rate is actually increasing. Oh no, wait, the survival rate just went straight to 0 now. Because you're swimming straight to the surface. Macfish. How you doing? 2nd generation Macfish are still doing relatively well. Their population number 6. But they've clearly mastered their way of swimming. Orienting their bodies, undulating them like a snake while also having their flipper-like fins just propel them in great bursts of speed, I guess. We got the Orosaurs here. Their survival rate is at least a little below 50%. But they are able to actually reproduce. With some Orosaurs apparently reaching gargantuan size as a result. Perhaps this one's just an offspring. 0.76 in age, 0.69 in age. Wait, what? Really? No. Some are just larger. Second generation Moridenta, bursting from the ocean floor with its green hue. It seems to have developed something along the lines of an ambush hunt. Snake-headed like plecopans and their tiny limbs at the ends of their bodies. Trying to find some way to survive. Golahak. Yo, you good, buddy? These are some of the newer species I try to put in it, aren't they? The Viula swim by moving a single fin, and your body is covered in spikes, and your head, I'm going to assume this is your head, is wide and flat. Reef? How you doing? I'm looking at the gore prow are beginning to understand how to use their fins to swim. Just beginning, though. Have to at least move themselves backwards. Their heads are facing down towards the bottom of the ocean, while their bodies float straight to the surface. As if you touch the surface. Oh, you just start dragging your bodies. I see. Because you can't break over the water barrier. Surprisingly, this individual alone has reproduced. All of you seem to be reproducing. Over here, what look like seahorses are actually the Bogahad. You're starting to learn how to move your tails and the fins on the top of your head. And it looks like you've also developed spikes along your tails. At least a small mutation that is slowly being introduced into the population. Probably because you guys were like the first thing to get hunted the moment you spawned in. To which our predators have left this reef. We've got this Panlet. It's actually evolved to move around with its limbs very well. I like it. I wonder, how is it that I was able to save a species? That was boost, drag, protect species. Enable hard caps on min and max population, preventing extinction. Ah, here we go. Save DNA. Can we get a better photo than just a booty pic? Save. We will save the Panlet. By any chance, are there still a group of the Plecapan that have remained relatively unchanged? Yes. Are you two mating? Yeah, seems to be the case. We'll go ahead and save this species. There we go. That's a good profile picture, I think. I like these Plecapans. The Basilodon are actually alive. I thought you guys went extinct. Ooh, look at you! Not only did you evolve your dorsal fin to the base of your body, but you're actually starting to undulate your body like a snake in order to swim. And it's apparently very successful. This one alone has almost had 3 children. So much so, I may as well try and save your species DNA for now. Only wish that the picture was a little better. How about other Basilodon? Have they basically developed the same thing? It appears so. We still have a couple of them that have the pectoral fin, not the pectoral fin, the dorsal fin at the top, but they haven't been able to move any other part of their body. What is going on here? They're trying to evolve 4 fins. We'll see how well you develop. Liulas? How are you guys doing? Well. Develop more of a spiky body. Potentially also adapted to swimming upside down. Hello. You're completely different. This Liula has almost developed a ray-like structure to its body. Super flat. More adapted to swimming around the base of the ocean, foraging. Looks like you use your pectoral fins to orient your body. And is one arm and further up than the other? No. Yes? No. Yes, actually. You don't have the greatest of symmetry, but it's a successful rate of maneuverability. Oh good. I'll save your DNA. Body plan seems to be successful amongst all your other species as well. Then we've got you, who seems to be taking traits from both sides of your generational family. Flat body, but also having spikes, removing the larger fin in favor of having the two small fins. Agnadenta? How goes it on your end in terms of survivability? There's at least 19 of you, so something must be going right. And actually, now that I think about it, has anyone seen our giant whales? Mori Denta are obviously still around. Ah! They've migrated from this area. The Lufawi are trying to survive by moving away from the large population of predators. And they're both searching right now for something. So they've moved over into the mountain. Looks like we've got a couple species making their way down into the valley. These Motopalm have definitely learned to use their hind fins. They actually swim almost like real fish. Second generation Motopalm are also present, just showing off the success rate for their adaptations. In fact, they're listing on here for how many Motopalm? 34 Motopalm currently populate this ecosystem. Very successful. The Bittersers, once the most populated predator in the ocean, now number 2. Probably getting pushed out thanks to the the Bogaheads? No, not the Bogaheads. Although you're a completely different Bogahead than what I remember. critters have become tiny, helping them succeed in their survival rates. Guys are still good. How is our reef system doing? Any changes around here? The biggest change of all? Everyone left. Only the panlets remain, foraging off of the corals and what little bit of foliage remains. I say little. It's basically untouched. And even then, the panlets seem to be migrating off into other parts of the ocean. The Tramon seem to be heading over into here, though. Perhaps we may have them migrate in instead. And even the eels, the eel-like creatures, the bogaheads, which were supposed to stay around like the reefs. They're all slowly making their ways out after adapting multiple new fins to help them move. Interestingly enough, everyone's making their way over to the cave area, where everything literally just began. Mojadarab trying to go into the cave, where they will basically find nothing to feed on. Unless this is their spawning ground. Yeah, they're looking for nests. They're trying to nest. So no matter what, they have to come back into the cave in order to be able to breed. Orosaurs. Trying to survive out in these grass plains. They're at a population of 29. 30 actually now, making them the second most populated fish species here. Actually third. The Tramon are at 31. Photopalm are at 36. And the panlets are 32. Damn. And we got the Moridentas still holding strong to their hold onto the environment. Curious about these plecopans, though. These plecopans in particular just concern me. Real quick, I will leave you guys in the beautiful gaze of you know what? I suppose this works. I will let you gaze up at the varying species of fish in this environment while I go and let my dog out real quick. I will be right back. Oh, I'm back. What'd I miss? Oh, like some of our fish species are maturing. How well, I'm not sure. The boga had matured, the gorprov matured, and the orosaur have matured. What does that entail? They've matured enough to be able to breed? Matured enough to where they can actually swim functionally? Damn. It seems like we went from an eel-like body structure to a eel head on a balloon, primarily propelled through the water by turning their single fin to orient with the current, I'm guessing? While just undulating their almost vestigial tail propulsion. You look like you have a second body on your head. A single Basadab remains. I'm afraid the species has gone extinct. Functionally. Unless it managed to lay eggs somewhere. It actually evolved a protective fat layer. And it's a sneak attacker, even though it's a forager? Perhaps it's omnivorous. Okomayu. Are you... I don't know if you're okay. All of you have seemed to have evolved a fin through your head. It is very concerning. Hey, what up there, Pats? I'm doing well. How are you today there? We are just playing a little bit of a game called Ecosystem, which basically randomly generates a species and tries to have it evolve within a player-made environment. It's produced some very interesting creatures, to say the least. We were just looking at these guys. Hey, you've been doing good. Just been hanging out at a friend's birthday party. Well, I certainly hope the birthday party's going good. I certainly hope you're having fun, and happy birthday to your friend. I certainly hope they're having a wonderful day. The Eludias. I'll have a couple of out there. Although this body plan seems to be becoming the norm and much more successful body plan. Backfish second generation. Very colorful. Still able to swim around functionally. Here we go. Some of these panlets that are able to actually swim properly with their back fins. Like you. You're probably the most successful right now. You being able to actually orient your body unison. Better, sir. Here's Appears to be trying to do something. Oh. They're trying to swim away. Swim around faster to try and avoid the Bitterser. Was definitely trying to hunt somebody around here. Oh yeah, he just burst towards him. Stunned. With an ambush bonus. Blood is in the water. And it is definitely bleeding. Seems to be bleeding blue blood. Well, the problem with the Bittersers, as always, in terms of their evolution, they didn't know how to properly orient themselves to turn. He's just gonna float all the way up to the very surface in order to try and flip himself around to attack back down. This one is still very much stunned. Bleeding, it looks like. Bitterser's coming back in for another attack. This Panlet completely stunned still. It won't be able to orient itself. And gets mauled as a result. Bitterser survives. Feast again. Even though only 2 of it remain in the environment. 7th generation and an 8th generation. This Basadab is still alive. Who knows how long it'll be, though, because, again, it's still the only member of its population. And then we also have the Anakar, who is also the final member of its species. These guys were supposed to be like the frog-like creatures. This final member of its species seemed to have evolved a single long, or at least one leg longer than the other. But with its inability to properly swim, the species ultimately failed. What else we got? The Gomayu? How are the Gomayu doing? You've actually developed whale songs. You've become the ocean's new whales. And you number at least 27. Got one named Gabriella. She's trying to nest in this little valley, it looks like. I never realized how, interesting it would be just to throw things into an environment and just let all hell break loose. And just see what the hell random numbers would generate. Some of it, obviously, a lot easier to look at. A lot easier on the eyes. This, relatively good. Relatively decent to look at. This, unique. Interesting. And still, successful. The Motopalm, let me see here. Do I have the Motopalm on my list right now? It doesn't look like it. They're part of the miscellaneous right now. What are we looking at here? They're carrying around plant matter. Bringing food to family. You're actually going out foraging to bring food back to your family. You know, I rail on you guys for your awkward body structure, but obviously it's successful. In some way, shape, or form. Then we have the Agadenta here. Your guys' population numbers at least 14. Yeah, like you're trying to at least undulate your body properly. Vocal, weak bite, slow to heal, clumsy attacker, protective fat layer, and efficient. Somehow, even though you have a weak bite, you're slow to heal, you're clumsy, and you're fat, no offense, you're efficient. You know what though? Good for you. The Orosaur being able to get all this coral over here. Technically didn't even have you... No wait, I did have you guys involved here. You were the clownfish species. Somehow you actually managed to make it back. Well, I got a crap ton of other research points that I could use. How about we introduce something else? Giant kelp. Giant kelp first appeared between 5 and 23 million years ago. It grows into dense underwater forests, creating layers of microenvironments from darkened seabed to sunlit canopy, each providing habitat for different communities of organisms. Kelp forests are among the most productive environments in the ocean. Overproduction of sea urchins can drive the forests into collapse, creating urchin barrens. Alright, so how about we try and grow ourselves a kelp forest? How do we do that? Big leaf, sword plant, weed, pondweed, giant kelp. Here we go. One giant kelp forest. Off on this quadrant. Taking some regular seaweed on the inside. Some sea urchins. Starfish. Some decomposers. Green starfish are opportunistic predators who prey on algae, sponges, snails, and even coral polyps. Known for their ability to regrow arms, most species can consume externally, extruding their stomach from the wells. Dating back to 450 million years, they can be found in every ocean. We'll have some green starfish in here. And we'll give them something to eat in terms of the bacteria. Or plankton, I should say. What else we got? Eels! Unlocks electric shock option and evolutionary parameters. Eels are elongated snake-like fish who propel themselves through lateral movements that create waves traveling the length of their body. Mostly living in shallow waters near the coast and hunting nocturnally, many species have remarkably complex life cycles, including transitions from salt to freshwater environments. The electric eel is not actually a type of true eel. Their similar body shape and locomotion are a consequence of convergent evolution. Now we can create eel-based species. How about we go ahead and throw an actual eel species? They are predators, though, so we're gonna have to give them something to eat. Because, yeah, nothing around here again. Feed on these over here. Those. Right. Somewhere around here. There you go, that works. How about we reintroduce whales? And we have something that doesn't look like a tree, though. Yeah, no? That's probably the closest thing we're actually gonna get to humpback whale. Go ahead and throw him right here. If not, create another one. We're gonna just put that kelp bed. Here we go. It might be able to feed off of stuff over here. We have Pinochin. Very bulbous styled fish. Like it wants to have 2 legs. We've got the Tedenta. Which is our humpback whale-faced creature. It will grow into giants soon enough. And then the Tulamur, our kelp bed-based creatures. Also whale-faced. Intend on that. What else can we do? I just want to create really cool, like, kelp rainforest-like environment. Yellow tube sponge, red tube sponge. We can introduce rays. Oral fish unlocks the color options and evolutionary parameters. Coral reefs host the most diverse fish communities on the planet, serving as home to over 6,000 species. Reef fish have adapted their environment in a variety of ways, including developing body shapes, emphasizing maneuverability over raw speed, and a variety of striking colors and patterns which help them blend with corals and predators. Speaking of, we did unlock a couple more sponge colors. Perhaps we can introduce some actual coral fish now. anything, use that body plan for the rays. Do it. Perfect. Hopefully now we'll have a completely new species evolution where the primary predator will be eels and some rays, or at least a ray species, with plenty of coral fish to populate the blue fan corals in the area. This area has definitely kind of just cleared out now, hasn't it? All of our Moridentas, with nothing to eat outside of themselves, like are either migrating or going extinct. Ooh, speaking of extinction, what happened to our whales? Our first whales? They've tried to move over into the mountain range to survive, didn't they? Yeah, it looks like they're still around. And it looks like they're actually recovering as a population, too. Well, did I speak too soon, or did I speak too soon? Alright, buddy. Looks like you might be the last one of your kind. Now, all of y'all are definitely growing, aren't you? Primarily stationary still as your bodies try and develop and your brains try and figure out how to move your bodies, but surviving by the least. The fuck happened to you? Surviving and reproducing. Never mind, your survival rate and nope, everything's just fluctuating with you now, isn't it? Okay. Hey. Looky look. The Wigobi. The first of our very vibrant colored coral fish. We've got the Charwalu, which are supposed to be our eels. Super long tubular bodies, propelled at the very end by what are supposed to be large fins, but it looks like the smaller fins at the very ends of the large fins are actually the propulsion system. Can tell what's supposed to be our new species and what's just seeds being spread. go. The Rohu Moja. Super long-faced, kind of twitchy-finned creatures. The Bitterser, still very much dominant threat in the area. How about we explore the complete outskirts of the environment? The dead zones that I haven't even touched. Is there anything swimming around out here? Obviously, we got the whales over there next to the reefs. Some fish species are kind of just wandering around out in the middle of nowhere because they're close to the actual ecosystems. A Gorprow. Still somehow hanging on. Even though their survival and children's repopulation rates out here are slim to none. Yeah, slim to none. How are you actually having a survival rate right now? Photopalm Generation 2, making their way into the kelp forests. And Basilodon as well. Their numbers are actually kind of dwindling as well. The Bogahad are also on the verge of extinction as well. We've got the Agadonts. You're still trying to look for a mate inside that little dip. What happened here? You're the Tedenta. Yeah, you guys were supposed to be the closest thing to the humpback whale that we had. With the really awkwardly bent tails. There's your eyes. Not surprised some of you even survive still. Golahak. Have not reproduced yet, but very much surviving. Your Oridenta. How are you all still so populated? Oh hey! The Charwalu made it over to this area too. Migrating mutation of Tulamore. Yeah. Question how well they'll be surviving. Lekapan, how? That's my only question about you. That face. Hey guys, what's up? The Wigobi. I need you guys to feed on these sea fans. And yet somehow, they're all just going off away from the reef. Somehow you broke off from your pod and have decided to go off on your own. You're actually third generation. You're not even swimming like straight. You're going off that way into the dead zone. I wish you luck. What? And you just gave birth. Well, safe journey to the both of you. Your child is growing at a rapid rate and it's actually kind of scary. Have fun with that. Reef fish are definitely populated. Got you as well, the Hajimola, or Halimoja. And you're also still trying to figure out how to swim. And then the Rohu Moja. Kind of figuring things out well. And did I actually put anything in terms of a new species in this environment? I did. Interesting game? Yes, very much so. Welcome there, Mama Wolf Meg. Welcome to Ecosystem. It is literally just a computer-generated mass species evolution simulator. I'm gonna try and see if we can include something around here for foragers. You know, if it evolves right, that would look really cool. How about some? Well, sure, why not? Little bit of you. How am I? I'm doing pretty good. Apparently getting really in depth with this game. Very fascinating, to be completely honest with you. Mostly just because it's an environmental sim, and I do love my environments. There you go. There's some level of predator around here. Have a good night, and thank you for the stream. It was fun. Bye-bye. Well, thank you very much there, Yasha, for hanging out for so long. I certainly hope you found this game interesting. I'm definitely finding it quite surprised just to see what the heck the game decides to just throw onto the wall and see what sticks. But yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed it. And I will see you next time. Have a good night. But yeah, now we get to leave that ecosystem alone for a little bit and see how well it adapts. Let's follow the migrating Tulamore. Should I shout out or no since they're heading out? I mean, technically I already shouted out Yasha. You could again if you want. Completely up to you in that regard. Nothing unfortunately has been able to survive in this cave system. Nothing has been able to come in, nothing's been able to come, but everything has just left. In fact, these guys, the only reason why they're still around is because this is their nesting ground, that cave. Yeah, of course, and thank you for asking. Moridenta, everyone's survival rates are at 0. And yet, you remain. Even the green ones remain. A large black whale species. The Tedentas. The Orosaur seem to be migrating as well. That one's evolved into a manta ray's head, even though it's still labeled the same as everyone else. So we've got one group of Tedenta who have evolved their fins as almost like pectoral fins. Give it a second. The game's trying to load. There you go. Probably saving as well. But yeah, we've got one whale species that's using its fins like pectoral fins now. We got another species who technically don't have pectoral fins. Their fins are at the back of their bodies. What happened to you? We got one fin branching off into multiple other fins. You developed a symbiotic relationship with the Eulas? That one seems to be latching onto your arm. It appears as though the reason why everyone has migrated is because they are going into their spawning season. Everyone right now is literally trying to mate with Alice. Alice, swim away, girl. Where the hell is Alice? Who is Alice? This is Alice. This is Alice right now. Everyone is literally trying to mate with this single female. Mating with Alice, growing, mating with Alice. What is with this reproductive system? Why aren't they swimming? Well, mostly because a lot of these species are still trying to develop their ability to swim. Mostly in the mindset of their brains are trying to figure out how their body works. Like this guy right here. Technically, he is swimming. If you watch this pectoral fin, it's twitching ever so slightly back and forth. That is basically how they are understanding how to control their swimming. It doesn't look like they're moving, but they technically are. Just like how these guys here. Their movement is by slowly just moving these parts of their body. We've got one person all the way up here, though. This Dedenta. As soon as the game lets me move again. I'm starting to notice if you overpopulate the ecosystem a little too much, the game is like, hang on, we need to render where everyone is right now. There we go. We've got one Dedenta who's basically almost completely surfaced itself, but is able to actually move by moving its pectoral fins back and forth. Also, thank you for the care package. But this attempt at movement seems to be primarily propelling it upwards instead of down into the water. However, once again, because of this higher bit of mobility, it is able to move around and filter feed a lot better, resulting in a higher survival rate with a actual reproduction success. So as long as it's able to continue repopulating the species, it will continue to pass on its ability to move around to everyone else. Let's check out that... Oh dear. Somehow... Oh wait, never mind. I just popped in further into the actual Dedenta population. This is the only area that they should be at. These whales have finally made it over to the cave, where they're now going to be encountering this part of the ocean's biggest predator populations. The Moridenta is currently hunting, and it seems like the entire group is actually trying to go after the eels, the charwalus. Looks like Kyogre. Yeah. There's a couple of ones that will look similar to other creatures, but a lot of this is straight up freaking alien. Like the Moridenta. And you guys managed to grow into huge freaking eels, too. They're super long. Looks like this Karwalu is going after this Orosaur. It's actually being quite successful right now. What is going on? Strong constitution? Is it giving off an electrical shock? It has to be. They're hunting the Charwalu by stunning them. But then we got the Moja Dorab, who have been very successful predators so far. Also looks like they're trying to intervene the hunt by going after the same target. Sudden burst of speed off of you. Getting major propulsion out of the way from you, the trip bitter. Trying to attack from below, but not being able to break through the defenses. Sudden burst of speed to try and attack. Salting in. An ambush bonus off of him, dealing damage to you. He was able to actually repel the attack. While the Charwalu trying to escape. Moja Dorab steals the prey and swims off. Oh my lord! Can it be true? The last of the species may actually still be alive. The Lufawi. I thought you guys were dead. The Moridenta are very much populated. But this Lufawi may very well still be the last of its kind. I can only imagine it's 1.52 years old. It's fully grown, that's for sure. But unfortunately, it may still be a flawed species. No other Lufawi for it to reproduce with. It's basically the last out of 10 generations. And it looks like maybe this Charwalu is making its way up to attack it. A hunting school of Moridenta going after Panachins. The music is somewhat calming, it makes me sleepy. Yeah, it's basically just a kind of really chill game. Ooh, some of our species have matured. I think it might be some of the coral species. The Bittersers have made their way back to the reef. They are being very successful in their hunting. Gobi seem to be feeding off of the blue fan corals. The Motopalm definitely looking more like Arapimas. What are we looking at here? The Leacob. A species of foragers that have a fin growing from their mouths. That's different. The Chidplats? They're supposed to be the predators of this kelp forest. Even though they're still trying to figure out how their bodies work, clearly are surviving and reproducing. The Charpaima, not exactly surviving very well. Almost look like they're practically dead, especially you, lying on the ground like that. The Daithbitter, or foragers, once again, surviving and populating. The Gobion. Gobion. Very awkward looking. But very successful. The only species that seems to be having trouble surviving right now is the Charpaima. Dead? Yes, it is. That's why I can't click it. And you guys seem to be growing at a rapid rate. What I was trying to do is create predators that would be able to just stay small and feed on the kelp forest creatures. Seem to be evolving into almost jet fighters. Okay, guys. Real talk. You really need to control your evolution. You've got bigger arms, you've got fins on fins. I don't know what's going on with you anymore. Look, I'm happy that you're successful, but please, stop looking like noodles. You see what I mean? Look at that. How are you supposed to interpret this? Leacob being attacked by not one, not two, but 3 different things? 4. 5. Something up here? Oh, you. Using electrical currents to stun your prey. Shocking. You're also going after the Tullamore while you're shocking him? You were just supposed to be a small reef eel. Not a whale killer. And are you alright? Yeah, you're definitely having some survival and reproduction issues. You're just upside down. Are you all still trying to mate with Alice? Please tell me you're not just all still trying to mate with Alice. Please. Oh dear, where'd it go? Looking for mates. Are you all trying to migrate back to over to your breeding grounds? You're all just basically swimming off into the same direction. And that direction seems to be the surface. We have intermingling with the two whale species, the Tulamore and the Dedenta. Hey, what up, Sino? I'll give you a small shout out. How are you doing today? Welcome to Ecosystem, the acid trip of a evolution simulator game. Very fun, but when your whales look like this, you have to start questioning things. Doing okay, but about heading in a moment since it's late for you? Fair enough, fair enough. I'll probably have to start heading in myself as well. But I still got a little bit more time. And I'm having way too much fun just looking at random evolutionary what the fuck. Again, it seems as though the basic body plan for a lot of the creatures right now is super long arms and almost airplane-like stances. There are times when I just question things, and then there's times I just don't. This is probably one of those points where you don't question anything. You know what? That's fair. That's justifiable. But for a biologist such as myself, I honestly have to ask, what the fuck? How does this work? And when I question things, I go on a rant. Also justifiable. I mean, obviously there are some things in this ecosystem that kind of make sense, like these guys. These guys follow at least something along the lines of a basic fish body plan. Pectoral fins are able to help them like maneuver their bodies. The large tail fin, the like triple tail fin maneuver thing that they got going on back here obviously helps them to propel themselves. I can understand this. I can look at this and be like, hey, you know what? Your body plan works. I'm going to save your DNA so I can use you in a future run if I want to. Hell, even this somehow works. A freaking booty fish. And then we've got other fish species where it's just like, His name's Eddie, by the way. His name's Eddie. He's a day spitter, and his name is Eddie. What do we have up here? The Gobi Ions. Again, they're still trying to develop their bodies to be able to maneuver. But I don't see any level of movement from them just yet. And what is this? Okay, you just... There's the Charpima. I apologize. From over here, it just looked like a floating sausage. you're not even swimming with your back legs, you're swimming with the weird fins on your back legs. Most populated plant species on this map, without a doubt. What's fueling the evolution of this ecosystem the most? Somehow still have pentochins. Honestly, thought you guys were all freaking hunted to extinction by those guys. And please tell me that you are not the only surviving form of your species. Fat eel, fat eel, fat eel, fat eel, fat eel. Oh, we still have at least one form of the decent looking placopan. A flounder swimming version. Everything else though is basically accepted being vocal, slow to heal, clumsy attacking, giant eel creatures. But you know what though? If it's successful, then it works. The Orosaurs just took a hit to their population. All dying of old age. Trying to swim back down to the bottom of the ocean after swimming to the surface for breeding purposes, I guess. Now swimming back down to try and graze. Oh, you're completely different from your other counterparts. You're tiny. Just varying populations of placopan, or Orosaur. The Basilodon, creature that I created, down to 2 in their population. You at least know how to swim, though. Suppose I can't really ask for any more than that. The Trebitters are down to 4 in their population. You seem to be the youngest. They may be critically endangered, but they're holding on. Some barely even making it a year. Actually, none of them are above a year. The Halimoja seem to have adapted to their kelp bed environment by evolving a very bright green coloration. Which basically helps to camouflage them to the point where they're among some of the most populated fish species. The Moridend? Down to 13 in their population, but still hunting strong. You guys are basically like the orcas of this ocean. I honestly have to admit it. The fact that you've been around for this long and still manage to hunt successfully. Props to you. I don't even know what you eat as like a staple in your diet. You just seem to eat everything that comes around you, though. The last of the Bittersers? A single Bitterser who has had 14 children, by the way. And seems to be going towards their 15th. If they can manage their fat reserves, trying to eat. We already looked at the Panochins, the Mohadora. You guys are still successful predators as well. Although some of you may be trying to get your food to a little bit of an extreme. Look at that fish cam. Look at that eye just slowly approaching you. Now you can't see it. Oh! But your fin was apparently enough to protect you from taking any damage. Again, though, that's just horrifying to look at. Ooh, got him from behind, though. Not bleeding, just injured. Trying to propel themselves away with a burst of speed, but didn't get very far. Moja Darab, coming back around. Ali Moja, trying to turn themselves around to defend themselves with their mouth. An actual successful defense. Unhappy about this situation he's in still, though. Ali Moja. Your population's still very, very, very large. Though, out of the 7 Mojadora still around, I'd say another Ali Moja death isn't gonna isn't gonna affect their population too much. The Ulua, they seem to have developed a red and yellow tiger stripe pattern, while others have developed a gray and white pattern. Very much successful in their survival plan. Some have even taken on smaller body plans as well, compared to others. And what is going on over here? What are you doing to this poor Tadenta? You are foragers. You shouldn't be trying to attack anything. Opie John's still trying to figure out how to swim. Hello. Akapan. Carpima swimming by only a single fin. Carwalu. I can't tell if they're trying to attack this whale or not. Oh, they're all migrating. They're trying to swim to their nest. Where are you all off to? Going back over to the coral reef? Heck is going on up here? I almost want to say you're dead. But you're barely even a year old. Right then. The soul hacks. Only 3 remain, and they're all within the same vicinity of each other. Two are closer than one other. Right. How is everything around here going? Have you actually learned how to swim? Actually, yes. We've got one mobile right over here. Literally swimming above the kelp forest, shooting down lightning like a freaking thunderbird, and stunning prey underneath them. Trying to swim away. Oh. But he's got a broken limb now. And he's dead. So your basic evolution idea is evolve into giant plane, rain down thunder, and then eat whatever you get. You've basically become Thunder Basiljuice from Monster Hunter. And Charpaima seems to be your primary prey source. Thankfully, apparently there's a large population of Charpaima. We're all suffering and don't know how to survive properly. Somehow the population continues enough to be able to act as a food source for those things. Mojo. All of the whales are just trying to migrate to their nests. But they don't know how to swim efficiently enough to the point where they're dying during their migrations. What is going on here? A single Moridenta is about to get mauled by an entire... Oh, no? We're not going for the Moridenta. all of the Charwalu are just trying to hunt for something to eat. And unfortunately, a single Halimoja, is the only thing nearby that they want to target. It is trying to run away, but it is just taking on an entire swarm of eel. Somehow its defenses managed to have that one get injured. This is horrifying. If it's not fried alone. Look at all of the light. Look at all of the electricity that's being shot at it. Yeah, it's fucking dead. Screw your ambush bonus. You shocked it to death. There's hunting and then there's giving something the electric chair. All I gotta say. We should try and repopulate this area. Trying to spawn at a different location. There you go. What was supposed to be a small start to an environment basically exploded into its own ecosystem. And it seems like the thunder eels are the primary predator at this point, outcompeting the Moridenta by nothing. Leona's trying to mate with Ethel, but Ethel's trying to mate with Colette. Who the hell knows where Colette is? Samantha is a Remorid. I didn't realize that was a thing. Well, it must have been one of the new species I spawned in. Because we also have Warpan. And the Lingtele. Stop eating the Warpan, they just spawned! Go after the Moridenta, they're freaking high in population. The Charwalu alone are 45. They are literally the most populated thing in this ocean. And they hunt in swarms. And they are all going after that single Warpan. Yeah, Warpan, you're gonna need to evolve a way of maneuvering the hell out of here as fast as possible. The fact that you're moving alone is a boon to you. It won't last long, though. Just one well-placed spark, and you're basically stunned. After the swarm is going after the smaller, more Warpan down here. That big one just got electrocuted to death. Some of the group is actually starting to die from starvation. Your only chance of survival is going into the cave. Get into the cave. Nothing actually tries to go there. Happened here. Mytelodenta. They still populated? Like they've kind of died out a little bit. If not a lot. What happened to my whales? It seems like the Dedenta are going extinct. Ulamore are also going extinct. There's only two Tulamore now. I've only got one Wigobi. And I do believe my mouse has just died. If anything, though, that's probably a good enough place to end it for the evening. I can get over here so I can charge my mouse. I need my mobility back. There we go. But yeah, this was definitely an interesting little thing. Bit of a chill game where you can just throw a creature out and see how well it adapts to a ever-changing environment and see how it just interacts with other creatures. Thankfully, for at least some of the creatures that I was interested in, I was able to save their genome before they went extinct. That one Plecopan that I really like is still alive. Outside of all of the other fat eels. And you, I don't know how, you're still the last of your species. Fight on. We have 121 other different species just wandering around this ocean. Some of you are actually going into this cave, it looks like. The hopes of trying to get something to eat. or Denta are moving in to try and eat as well. These Warpan are not going to survive very long. Literally, minus 12. But yes, at that note, go and save this. We will name it, I don't even know, Dino C. What is aquarium mode while we're just here real quick? Is it aquarium? Is it just gonna load one of my maps? Or one of the autosaves? Is it something completely different? The aquarium is a showcase of the best creatures that have evolved over the course of your playthroughs of the main game or creative mode. Every time you save a creature in those game modes, it automatically spawns here, in a display room where there is no fighting, feeding, aging, or evolution. Plants do not spread here and cannot be eaten, but you can place them yourself and customize the terrain. Additionally, in this mode, the spawn option adds in a single fully grown saved fish instead of an entire species. You can cull creatures from the aquarium without impacting the ability to spawn them in the other game modes. Okay. So what? This aquarium holds on to the panlet that I saved that was able to swim with its hind fins. Was in here. The fact that it actually saves, that it actually has like an area where you can visit your fish, is actually pretty cool. Huh? Second generation Bastillodont that ended up dying out. The fact that you survived. Surprising. And where's my Placodon? Or Placodom, or whatever it was called. That's your room. Oh, I see. There's like 9 different tanks that you could visit. Doesn't make it cool. Oh, I see. One's got you, but the one over on the top left actually holds 2 different fish. Two in here. Oh wait, not you. Get me out of here. Two of you in here. Eel swimmer. Ah! And the Eula. Oh, I see 2. So there's 2 in there. And there's also 2 in here, too. Up there. Good purple square right here, too. Did I not save that one? I could have swore I did. That's a little disappointing. I'll have to try and save that version of the fish that I liked before it goes completely extinct. Oh yeah, this is definitely a cool little function as well. But once again, it's about time. We head out and find ourselves someone to raid. The ultimate question, though, is who's still on? Ooh. Now what, though? Yeah, let's try it out. Why not? Let's go and say hello to... And bada bing, bada boom. Type the name in, right? Let's go say hello to Rin Rin, who right now is playing a little bit of I'm on observation duty. So, let's go and throw up. There you go. And feel free to copy and paste either one of these raid messages. And on that note, I will simply go ahead and say, thank you all so much for joining me this evening. If you did enjoy what you saw, do consider leaving a follow as it helps out the channel. And also feel free to subscribe over at the, if I can spell it properly, YouTube channel. That way you can check out all of our other previous adventures with simulating games and environmental sciences. And finally, if you want to stay on top of when I go live, do consider checking out the socials on my card. That way you'll be informed of when I go live, if I have to cancel stream for any reason, or if there's any major event happening. So yes, once again, thank you all so much for joining me, and, as always, I'll see you next time. Spirits bless, and bye-bye.